Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. And as always, thank you for all your support, including sharing, chatting, liking, and subscribing. Now roll that famous logo animation. Good evening and welcome back to Computerized Start Live. I am your host, Justin D. Morgan, and I forgot to hang the dinosaur back up. I had the HVAC person over today to do some work, and maybe the rattle won't come back as bad. I don't know. We'll see. Anyways, let's see who we have in the chat. We have Thomas Armstrong. Hi, Thomas. We have 0.5 Bork Bork. Hi, 0.5. We have Francois. Caught my synthwave vibe in the slightly refreshed animation. Thomas Armstrong says, Wheel of Success. Cupbomb says, is it warmer in there? Not in the basement. In fact, the basement still has heat running because there's no insulation, no heat down here, unless I have space heaters. We have Garth Beagle. Hello, Garth. Welcome. And we have Retro Tech Chris kinda here. Hi, Chris. Welcome. All right, we have the VCFE's Coffee Goal. You might have noticed that I remembered finally to update their logo because they updated their logo sometime last year, and I finally got that updated. As a side note, I also remembered to update the Patreon logo because they updated it last year too. I think they're kind of competing with each other for logo updates. But anyways, the Ko-fi link is in the video description. And let's see with that, I think we should do... I think we should do the following.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our favorite segment, Wheel of Regrets. Here's your host, Justin D. Morgan.
Hey, who comes up with these titles anyway?
And oh boy, do we tonight. All right, let's see here. We will start with the... Garth says, oh, just in time for regrets. Chris replies to Garth, I don't think I like QEMU. Yeah. Thomas says, that's okay, Chris. I know how you feel. All right. Garth says, me too, Chris. Me too. All right. So, the first regret, I was going to go in like geographical order, but I've got too many. So instead, I'm just going to go to these in whatever order I get to them in. Not everything will get tested tonight. But anyways, the first one, and there are others from eBay sellers in California. So hi to all my eBay sellers and viewers in California. This one, I don't remember what... Oh, I remember what this is. Could come in handy tonight, potentially. But it's not for tonight's main event. Oh, it's kind of cutely packaged here. All right. This is efficiently packaged. I'm going to try not to cut through the item in here. Oh, good. It's in an anti-static bag. All right. I cut the tape there, and all right, now if I pull, there we go, it's free of its cardboard cocoon, and now let's remove more. Oh, this is actually not the item I thought it was. All right, that makes a little bit more sense, but inside we have, yes. We have an AMD Athlon XP processor. And specifically, this should be the 2700 plus. Yes, it does appear as if that is the case. All right, we may actually test this a little later because I was curious. But anyways, why did I buy this? Well, I have this cute little AMD platform board that is quite useful for testing components, but I only have a slow old Duron processor for it. So I thought, why not? Let me grab the fastest Athlon XP processor you can put on the board, given its bus speed limitation, and voila, there we go. I don't see any damage to the die, so it probably will work, and no bent pins. All right, very good packaging. We'll set this aside. I wasn't going to necessarily test everything right away, because you will notice I've bought a bunch of little stuff for like little parts and pieces, and in fact, one of the items I looked at it and I was like, why is Joe sending me something? And then I realized it was not from jcm-1.com. All right, the next item we have is from an eBay seller in the Houston, Texas area. So hi to all my viewers in Texas and eBay sellers as well. Okay, this is probably the item that I thought was crammed into that small little envelope, and now that I see what was in that one, I'm kind of glad that it was put in a box, because I don't think it would have survived shipping. This might be useful for tonight's computer, potentially, if I have trouble with the one that's in it. But this is actually for my IBM XT, unless I've gotten packages confused again, then this is not what I think it is. Because I believe last time I was using the XT, I kind of realized that it was awfully quiet. Ah, hi, Harley777 says nicely packed. Yes, it is. So I think this probably survived. And all right. Well, not quite as described. That might pose a problem, unless I can figure out the thread depth. It was supposed to be the speaker with the screw, and it appears as if it is the speaker without the screw. All right, well, I guess I'll have to figure out what screw IBM used to attach that to the case. But anyways, my IBM XT case was missing the speaker. So anyways, it's a PC speaker with the bracket to go on the XT case. And it was supposed to have the screw with it, because I think IBM used some funky screw. Anyways, we may very well test that tonight. Oh, you know, I should probably, before I say that the seller did not include the screw, maybe I should just make sure it wasn't, like, packed separately for some strange reason. Use some tape, yes. Fortunately, we are no longer in January. We're in Febtari, and I'll have to see if we can't do some Atari thing at some point this month. I'm running out of days. I don't have many Ataris either. That's kind of the problem. We'll see what I can do. All right, let's see if I can double check the description. And I will ask the seller if they can send me the screw. Speaker, 8 ohms with bracket and screw. Yep, sure enough. All right, I will send that eBay seller a quick little message here. All right, contact seller. And I'm just basically going to say, contact seller. Hi, I received the XT speaker. XT speaker. And the auction stated that the screw was included. However, the screw was not in the box. Would you please send me the screw? Or would you be able to send me the screw? Thanks. All right. All right. There we go. I have sent the polite little message to the eBay seller. Mikey N6IL is asking, are you sure the screw is not screwed into the bracket? Yes. Because that would be... All right, that is just the original IBM part number. There is no screw there. There's where the screw would be. It is not stuck to the magnet of the speaker, and it's not in the bag. So, yes, I did check. I have double-checked. It was also not in the bubble wrap in the box, so they... there are a lot... I would be happy if they send me the screw. I know that's my request. I just want the screw. That's all I want. Mike says, Atari 800 emulator. Ah, well, that's an idea. Hi, Mike. Yeah, Mike's Future Retro here, too. Yes, Mikey says, yes, the locating peg and a hole where the screw would go. Francois says, just got Fast Fetch running on an Atari Mint. Had to axe quite some code. That sounds exciting. All right, let's go with some more small boxes. We've got this one here from an eBay seller in Minnesota. So hi to all my eBay sellers and viewers in Minnesota. This one is, I bet you would never guess what this one is. I'll give you a hint. It's fragile. Actually, I'm not sure what's in the box, because... Gupum says, the Daytona 500 was dumb, but at least Logano didn't win, right? Harley says, glass shoes. Garth says, a lamp. Yeah, it's a major prize. It's probably nowhere near as fragile as that label implies. Yes. All right. Oh, yes. All right. One of my rare auction bids. Francois says, hit it with a hammer. Yes. So for my second PC rebuild project, because I am having trouble deciding what sound card I had, I found this auction for this absolutely fantastic wavetable sound card. Because I remember the sound card I had for my second PC sounded awful. So there we go. It's a wavetable sound card with no OPL3 chip. Is this the one I had? Could be. It's a Wavemaster 64 FGP. Certainly seems somewhat familiar. But yes, I picked up a sound card with a quite lovely wavetable chip, and it had the drivers too. So if these aren't archived, they will be. In fact, if I can figure out how you upload stuff to archive.org, I will archive it there. But I will also check the RetroWeb, because now they have expansion cards. So if the RetroWeb doesn't have it, I'll archive it there too. That away, there are multiple places that have it, but I will check that. All right. So that is for my... Harley says, I'm not sure it needed 6 fragile stickers. Yeah, I know. All right. And the next package we have is from, I believe it's an eBay seller that I've bought from before, because it has the invoice on the outside of the box, which seems very familiar. And the seller is located in Massachusetts. So hi to all my eBay sellers and viewers in Massachusetts. In fact, interestingly enough, the city or town this person lives in matches a street I used to live on, which means probably absolutely nothing to anyone watching. All right, so what do we have here? Could be the world's smallest Trident card. I'm pretty sure I separated out the items that are not channel related. I did at least catch the Amazon package that was my Amazon order. Not that it would have been super embarrassing. I would have just simply ended up opening shoe cleaner. Gupbum says Massachusetts represent. Yes. But have you ever been to Boston in the fall? Oh, yeah. Okay, yes. This one I was actually probably going to test tonight. This was near the top of my list, although not necessarily right away. But after my Pentium Pro stream, one of the eBay sellers that was selling one of these Pentium Pros sent me, Retrotech Chris says, whoa, Black Label, yes. They sent me an offer I couldn't refuse. So I don't know if it'll work in that Asus motherboard, but I'm sure going to try. There we go. As most of these seem to have, it's got a compact. These seem to either have a compact or an HP sticker on them. But yeah, 1 megabyte of cache, Pentium Pro, 200 megahertz. I still haven't given up on my dual Pentium Pro, but for my single Pentium Pro, I think this will be my Pentium Pro of choice. If it works in the board. I don't know if Asus ever updated the motherboard firmware. One problem is I can't find the revision history to see if they did. All right. Let's see here. The next item is, yes, from eBay seller in Arizona. So hi to all my eBay sellers and viewers in Arizona, including the doc if you happen to be watching. All right, so what is... Can't remember what I ordered from Arizona. Oh, okay. Now I remember what it is. Okay. Oop. Well, they turned the box upside down. All right. All right, so this is for Marchintosh. It's going to be a repair and it'll be for repair attempt. If I do end up repairing it, I probably will sell it because I don't exactly need another one of these, but I have actually bought these, repaired these, and sold these before, and makes a little bit of money back for the channel. So it's also one of those that I do sometimes look for these that I can get cheap enough. So this is probably already spoiled that this isn't the world's largest Trident card by saying it was from Marchintosh. But it looked like it was probably repairable because it probably just needs a recap. In fact, it wouldn't surprise me if the seller parted this out because it didn't work, because the power supply needed a recap. So I'm actually more hopeful for this because it looked... Whoop, okay, maybe it's a bit more crusty than I thought it was, but, well, there's still hope. We'll just say this will probably be one of the first Macintosh streams, although I do need to order a cap kit, but we have a Macintosh LC2 logic board, and they actually included the speaker and the fan, so nice touch. But all right, well, you can see why I got it for repair. I'm hoping that egret chip is... Actually, we are going to do something right here, right now. I'm not going to repair it now. However, I am going to go ahead and scrub the egret chip. If you know, you know. There we go. Not that there aren't replacements now, because I think someone's reverse engineered this, so it might be replaceable, but that is like the one custom Apple chip that I'd prefer not to have to risk. All right, there we go. Just a little bit of a clean, just to knock that grossness off. Gutbomb says, I recently got an LC2 that has written in pencil on the front, super gross. Well, look at that. That egret chip cleaned up quite nicely. So I think that will probably... Well, you know, actually, what I'm going to do... How about let me scrub the entire audio section a little bit, because that actually cleaned up quite well, and that will at least maybe mitigate any future damage before I get the cap kit and redo this during Marcintosh. As you see, this audio section stands no chance with, like, was it 13 capacitors or something like that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14 capacitors of the, like, 15, 16, 17 you have to replace are in the audio section. All right, so there we go. I've mitigated the corrosion. I realize those capacitors might leak some more. But at least, there we go. I've done an initial clean to hopefully preserve whatever functionality is left there. So, all right, coming soon to a Marcintosh near you. Eric says, will you look at that? Oh, hold on. Okay, so Gutbomb's super gross LC2 was full of rust and pine needles. Ew. Jeremy says, replace LC2 board, Gutbomb. I might need it. Eric Sedge, will you look at that? You move the brush faster, can be an ultrasonic cleaner. A good one, Eric, and welcome. Francois says, scrub-a-doodle. Gutbomb says, haven't done anything with it yet, waiting for the time period in which Ebola can't survive on surfaces before I deal with it. That is a fair point, Gutbomb. Let us know if you need us to send you a UVD light. D for, like, dashingly good ultrasonicking. I don't know. Kapop says I need a solder-safe hazmat suit. You know they do make flame-resistant hazmat suits. The more you know. All right. All right, so next we have another package from California. I think California is like the winning state this week for eBay regrets. So hi again. Once again, so soon to all my eBay sellers and viewers in California. Oh, yes! All right, I am not opening this tonight. This is going to be a video. It might be a crummy video, but this is going to be a video. I was not looking for one of these, but the video idea popped in my head, so I had to buy this, and no, I did not buy a priority mailbox. I bought a new, old stock, still sealed Celeron processor. Look at this. Intel Celeron processor, delivering great quality at an exceptional value. 1 gigahertz. Hey, it's still got the metal seal on it. 128K cache. Intel designed thermal solution. And this actually, the shrink wrap has Intel Corporation on it. So I think this is the actual original shrink wrap. Gutbomb says the only Celerons that were an exceptional value were the first ones. Yeah. Delivering quality at a value price. I might agree with that. But anyways, so what's my video idea? Well, I don't want to give everything away, but let's just say I have another processor to compare this to. But when I saw the still sealed box, I realized I could add an unboxing to the video so we could get that out-of-box experience of an Intel retail processor, even though this is the crummier of the two processors. All right, if anyone wants to know the specs of the processor in the box, there you go. Pack date November 19th, 2001. Anyways, there you go. More to come. So we won't be testing this tonight. And yes, it is entirely possible that processor won't work. That'll be the fun of the... Gutbomb's trying to guess a Gutbomb's asking Celeron versus Huron. Oh, Duron. Autocorrect. I thought you were coming up with a funny name for the Duron processors. Jeremy says, I have 3 of the Pentium 3 1 gigahertz CPUs somewhere. Well, I have 2 of the 1 gigahertz Pentium 3 CPUs somewhere. One of them, I think you gave me in a computer, Jeremy, so that might be where one of them that you're thinking of is. Unless you remembered that you gave that system to me, then it's not. Gutbomb says, Duron, more like Duron. Yeah. Sadmac says, oh, wow, I'm older than that CPU. Oh, hi, Sadmac. Welcome. I was in college when that CPU was boxed. All right, so the next item. All right. We are getting near the bottom of the pile. I still have 5 boxes to go. Oh. Hold on. I apparently couldn't trust myself to... Oh, wait. No, this was upstairs when I put the tape on the box. Never mind. All right. This arrived today, and I was concerned it didn't have everything that it was supposed to in the box. So I opened it. Well, we have a power cord. And we have a power adapter. And this was the item I was concerned wasn't actually in the box. Because I was watching one of these, and the eBay seller made me an offer I couldn't refuse. So, streaming hardware upgrade, if it works. Just in time for Marcintosh, we have an Extron RGB HDMI 300A from Kennesaw State University. Woohoo! So, hi to any of my viewers that happen to go to KSU. Which, let's see. Oh, I forgot to say hi to my eBay sellers and viewers in Georgia. Good thing I didn't say, yeah, I almost said the wrong state because of the city name. Jeremy says, I knew it. I have one of those. That bum says, I have one of those. They are really good. Yeah, that's why I wanted one. Oh, Jeremy says the power supply, that is. Yeah. Oh, hi, Joseph Norris. Welcome. Do I have any AMD systems from the 90s and early 2000s? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Well, this is no longer property of Kennesaw State University. Wow, that is one weird foam property sticker. A7000. Huh. Capcom says both Adrian and Cathode Ray Dube talked about them in the same week and the prices skyrocketed. Well, I think the prices might have started to come back down again. Thomas says acetone. Yeah, I'll probably take that off. At least the one on the top so I can stack things on it. I think the offer I accepted on this was $50. So I think the price has come down. Because, yeah, these were going for more like $100 at one point. Probably right after they mentioned them in the video. So I think the prices might have calmed down again. Because I think $50 is more like what I was expecting. Oh, okay. Yeah, Gapom says they were $30. Then they talked about them and they were $100. Now they're $50 to $60. Okay, so the price hasn't come all the way down. But Marcintosh is coming. I am tired of my scaler hating on the Mac. So I got one of these Extrons. So you won't necessarily see this during Marcintosh, but you'll see it during Marcintosh. If you catch my drift. We might actually test it tonight if I put something on the bench that's got RGB. Anyways, there we go. A little streaming upgrade. Yeah, I'd been wanting one, and I've waited for the prices to calm down a little, because I wasn't about to... I didn't want to pay $100 for one. Alright. I promise you, we're getting close to Wheel of Regrets. And some of these items will start to make more sense again, I hope. Oh, Mike's Future Retro doesn't know. Oh, yeah, let me summarize. I think I can describe it. I can show you what it is without the prices skyrocketing. Alright. So this is a piece of professional equipment, I guess. Extron sells various converters. I think they'd normally be installed in a conference room or something so that you can adapt older hardware to newer hardware or something like that. Anyways, this is, and it's got an RGB in. So I know you can plug VGA in, but I think you can get a breakout cable to also input composite video. It also has a separate audio input. And then it's got an HDMI output. So it will scale RGB to HDMI or VGA to HDMI. The really cool thing about these is these are tolerant of some of the Mac resolutions that can throw other scalers, like my Atlona scaler for a loop. And it can do composite. And the audio in is definitely a good feature because it will digitize the audio and output it on the HDMI out. So your HDMI out does include the audio. And I think since these are professional equipment, as far as I know, the audio it's a fairly low latency inside of it, so I don't think there's like awful, horrible lag to the audio signal. Thomas says, nice, I have some Bink LCD that work with 15 kilohertz. Have an old Dell do everything TV monitor. Yeah. Anyways, that's what this is. So I got it so that I could have an hopefully a better scaler for Macs. So, Oh, Gutbomb says there are also audio delay controls right in the scaler interface. So yeah, I think these are also really configurable. And the cool thing is, if I ever get around to it, it's got RS-232. So theoretically, I could write a program to control it from, say, a Stream Deck. Have a Stream Deck button that could trigger a program to configure something on the RS-232. And yes, I'm talking about the Elgato Stream Deck, not the Steam Deck. Steam Deck, don't think that'll help you with streaming. All right, anyways. All right, next item here. Trying to get through the whole pile. I had a whole bunch of stuff that just, like, showed up all at once because I had several eBay sellers, like, wait till the absolute last possible minute in their handling window to ship stuff. So it's not like I bought a whole bunch of stuff at the same time, because in some cases I did not. They just waited like an incredibly long time to ship it. But anyways, this package comes from Tennessee. So hi to all my eBay sellers and viewers in Tennessee. I hope you are safe from the flooding that's happening in the Tennessee Valley area. So, anyways, Jeremy says, I was wondering how many of us here have a spare ATX power supply just sitting laying around. I have 2 that I can grab within 10 feet. No comment, Jeremy. I have several somewhere. Hi, Bill Lewis. Welcome. Yeah, Bill Lewis says, yeah, I've got maybe a dozen ATX power supplies in stock. Yeah. Jeremy says, Arkansas is usually absent. I think I had a package from Arkansas the other day, Jeremy, but you are right. For some reason, Arkansas is just one of the places I see fewer items from than other states. I don't know if that's because eBay likes to, like, show me things from states that will charge me more sales tax so that they make more commission. Maybe. Mike says, oh, it's a rack mount hardware. I have lots of DJ rack mount hardware. Retro Tech Crest says, yeah, I do. Spare AT and ATX, says Thomas, and some spare LC ones too. Nice. Bill Lewis says, and I don't even quote stock stuff that new. Yes. All right. What? Oh, I think I know what this is. You can guess in the chat if you think you know what this is. Let me try to move this spare ATX power supply to the side here so I can get the full thing in view. Anyways, here we go. Harley says, a DVR. Well, nope, it is not a DVR. I think a couple layers of bubble wrap and... Oh, there we go. Let me get rid of these bubble wrap layers. Oh. Oh, speaking of bubble wrap, while I give folks another moment or two to guess, I got an update on the video card I bought from eBay, the place where I buy the things I later regret. The 8-bit video card that the seller just yoinked into a padded envelope with no extra bubble wrap, put a UPS label on it, and called it a day. to which the pins poked out of the bubble envelope in transit, and when the UPS driver handed the card to me, there was definitely an ESD discharge to the card. Yes, the eBay seller took like practically forever to reply to me, to my return request, as I should have figured. The eBay seller's response was, I used, was something like, bubble wrap is ESD, it was sold as is. That was their response. And they waited to almost the last possible moment to send it to me. To which I forget what I replied. And they offered me like a $15 refund. I'm pretty sure they were thinking I was fishing for a partial refund. They gave me a partial refund offer, which I declined because I was not in it for a partial refund because they didn't package it right. To which I think they were online when I declined their refund request, because they fired back an email very quickly saying it was as is, we used bubble wrap, it was not ESD damaged. But they sent that while I was typing my response, being the very rational response, trying to respond very rationally. My response was something to the effect of, I believe, or like, it appears as if you forgot to use bubble wrap, as the card was put in the bubble mailer without any additional bubble wrap. And the pins on the card were sticking out of the bubble wrap envelope when I received it. And I can confirm that there was at least one ESD discharge, as it happened when the UPS driver handed me the card. And that was my response. Just a very matter-of-fact response to blow holes in every one of their comments that I knew they were going to say, by just saying that you forgot the bubble wrap. Because I don't deny that bubble wrap is, this bubble wrap's not ESD rated, but I'm not freaking out that the seller used it to wrap this board, because they used enough of it that the pins aren't sticking out the back of it. So, and plus I'm grounded to the bench, so I'm not worried about ESD discharge. The thing is, they just plopped the card in the envelope, the pins were sticking out, and there was an ESD discharge when the driver handed it to me. Needless to say, they replied back while I was replying back to basically say, they were basically letting me know that, well, it's as is. I think to point out that, well, that's your choice if you don't want a partial refund. And then they immediately approved my return request almost as soon as they saw my message. So anyways, they have the card back now. We'll see what happens. But, and when I gave them the return request, the return request was, it was damaged in shipping. I didn't put the return request as it was defective. I put it as damaged in shipping, because there was an ESD discharge when the driver handed the package to me. So, yeah. Just word to the wise, if you're going to rely on bubble wrap to protect an 8-bit VGA card that's somewhat uncommon, put extra bubble wrap on it so the pins don't stick out through the bubble wrap mailer. Because bubble wrap mailers alone is not sufficient packaging for UPS. All right, end of rant. All right, let me catch up on the chat here. Yeah, Harley says a laptop PCB. Nope, that was the guess. Nope, it's not a laptop PCB. Yeah, Sadmax says PS2 Slim, but it feels like it's too big. Yes, as RetroTech Chris says, sold as is doesn't mean seller can ship it to be destroyed. In fact, I think that was the other comment I put in my matter-of-fact rebuttal, was eBay standards still require the seller to protect the item. I think I did put that in my very matter-of-fact 4-bullet point response to their assertion that it wasn't damaged in shipping, we used bubble wrap. Was You forgot the bubble wrap. There was an ESD discharge. eBay still requires you to protect the item. So yes, that reminds that that reminds me of the other thing I pointed out, because I wanted to make sure, because the thing is, eBay only gives you so many characters. So my first message to them didn't have all the facts in it. So that was my rebuttal that had the rest of the facts I needed to give them. So, anyways, yeah, Thomas says, I just rebuilt my PS4 controller with clicky buttons. Jeremy says, I would have used a couple letters, which I will not. This is a family stream, even though it's not intended for children, so I will refrain from saying the letters. But Jeremy says, but I can be rather mean when made angry. Yes. Thomas Armstrong says, I had a problem with an eBay seller packing, went all the way through seller, eBay, PayPal, and then Visa, reversed the PayPal, then eBay, and so on. Yeah. Jeremy's guessing an Amiga 600 board. Jeremy is close, but far away. Jeremy's got the form factor right. Eric Sedge says, anti-static bags are cheap. Yes. It's those bubble wrap that they forgot to wrap the card in before putting it in the bubble wrap envelope. Gutbomb says, did they end up sending a refund on their own, or is eBay going to have to get involved? All right, they only received the card today, so I think technically they have like 3 to 5 days to issue the refund. So I will let you all know. It'll probably be next week, though, because I have a feeling they're going to wait till like the very last minute if they willingly send it. Anyways, Joseph Norris says, I have to say I would have enjoyed it if OS2 had one instead of Windows. Yes. Jeremy's guessing C64C, Atari. All right, I might as well just kind of give the gig up. Jeremy has all sorts of good guesses. Jeremy is so close. Jeremy has guessed all the way around what this is. It is a Commodore 128 motherboard. But I have no idea if it works or not. Did I buy it? Gutbomb's asking, buffering for anyone else? Oh. Yeah, it looks like that might be my end. Apparently Comcast doesn't want me keeping up with the Commodore. Bad Comcast. Bad. Yeah, my bandwidth went like down to 0 for a moment. So actually that's on my end. And there's really nothing I can do if Comcast wants to be a jerk tonight. Chris Jackson says Windows hasn't won yet. Hi Chris, welcome. Yeah, all right. Yes, Admex says okay, not my end. Yeah, just not only your end, it's apparently my end. Jeremy says Bill Hurd needs to autograph that board. Yeah. Gutbump says, it's funny that it didn't start being bad until the reveal of this machine. Yeah, I know. Anyways, why did I buy this board? It's because the eBay seller wanted a ridiculously low price for it. And, of course, that could mean the SID chip is a big, fat, hot mess. If you know, you know. But it's got the SID chip on it. And here's the thing. I'm so used to these boards having all the socketed chips, like, ravaged off the board. So you get, like, a useless board that has all the expensive chips removed. But here we go. If you remember, I have a Commodore 128 that I think has a bad 6526. So we have 2 socketed 6526s, including one that is so new, it's got Commodore Semiconductor Group on it. They're both socketed. Plus the SID chip that my first Commodore 128 is missing. So, I mean, if that works, in fact, I think that's the 6581 R4AR, which I think might be a popular revision. So if that chip works, I made this board was worth it for that one chip. If it works. If it doesn't work, it might still redeem itself with the two 6526s. Although what would be really funny is if I can simply replace the Commodore 128 board with this one and it just works. So we may actually test this one tonight because I am curious. But anyways, yeah, I started feeling bad about that first Commodore 128 that I bought at the swap meet. Had not been able to repair. Was kind of sad that it was missing the SID chip. And then I just happened to catch this board show up on eBay. And bought it because it had the SID chip on it. It's got some factory bodges on it. I'm kind of thinking those might be factory. Although it's possible someone's taking a crack at repairing this board. Anyways, yeah, I kind of was feeling bad about my first Commodore 128. Saw this board and realized it was an opportunity to maybe fix it with one purchase. So, yeah, we may actually test this because I am kind of curious. Jeremy's asking, opinion please, if I already have a working 64, is there any practical reason to get a C128? I don't know. I know that there's... Retrotech Chris says, only if you can keep up with it. Because the thing is, I don't really know how much software was released for the 128. I can't say that I necessarily did all the proper research before buying my first 128. After all, it was like $50 at a swap meet. Although it was missing the SID chip, so I don't think I got as incredible of... Well, and it had problems, so I don't think I got as incredible of a bargain as that might seem. But still, it was $50 at a swap meet, and I probably bought it faster than actually looking up what can run on it. Chris Jackson says, maybe if you're writing your own software. Anyways, all right. We got a couple more items here. Retro. Oh, hi, Retro Fox. Retro Fox says, no, there's basically zero reason unless you really, really like Planet X3 and want to do the dual screen output. Sedmax says, none I know of. Yes. All right. Unlike the last Fragile package, this one only has one Fragile sticker on it. So I'd like to say hi to all my viewers and eBay sellers in South Carolina. Or as my parents say when we're driving there, South Kakalaki. And now I'll know if Dad watches this live stream because he'll probably make a comment next time I talk with him. All right. Now, I will preface this, Jeremy, with I still want to put a 386 in the system this is for, so don't get totally discouraged. But it has been bugging me that that system is absolutely not usable as the system it is. And I found this board. And I think it might fit the case, although I could be wrong. But here we have a 286 system, 286 board that I want to attempt to put in the lunchbox computer. Because it is bugging me that I cannot use the sweet, sweet Trident card that goes with that computer. So we have a 286 16 megahertz board. 16 megahertz. It has SIM sockets, which I believe are not in the way of anything. This is only 1 megabyte of RAM, though. It supports up to 4. Yeah, they plug straight in, so I'm not worried about the fact they're plastic SIM sockets. Oh, good night, Francois. I believe it is missing a ROM chip. Francois is giving me a Varta alert, to which I am not worried, because that is actually, according to the eBay seller, a new battery. Yes, I believe I see the signs that someone has reworked that battery, because those solder joints are, that does not look like a factory soldering job. In fact, that kind of doesn't look like a really great soldering job. Gutbomb says eBay sellers lie. Yeah, I know, but that kind of looks like a replacement job. Anyways, I will remove the battery, but I'm not going to remove it right away because it is not leaking. And I want to actually see if it actually works and I can prove that it's a new battery. I'm kind of more concerned about the tantalum caps on the board at the moment. But anyways, because actually, that is actually a nickel metal hydride battery, not a nickel cadmium, which is why I think they might have actually replaced it. Because the thing is, I think there was a battery leak of the old battery. So I really do think they actually did replace the battery, but I want to put that to the test before I remove it, because yeah, I'm totally going to put an external battery on it, but I want to test it first. I'm a bit more concerned that those tantalums are ready to go than I am that that battery's ready to go. But it's probably all for naught. I'm going to have to burn a ROM first, but luckily the RetroWeb has this board. Because I'm pretty sure that even though they said they tested this board, I'm pretty sure that this ROM is required. And I'm not going to outright call them out on a potential lie, because they could have burned a ROM for testing, but then removed it because they didn't want to include their chip. So I'm not going to necessarily say that they lied. However, it is kind of telling that there's no chip there. And Chris Jackson says, if that's original battery, it survived shockingly well. I think it's been replaced, because I think the original would have been an iCAD battery. Anyways, we may test this tonight, but we'll see. I want to get to the IBM before we get to a 286. All right. Oh, I lied when I said how many Wheel of Regrets boxes we had, because I forgot. One of the boxes in the pile of boxes that I thought was an potential eBay regret was actually a things you all have sent me. So this is actually if you were counting the number of potential regrets, this is actually the last potential regret, because the box that was on top of it is from David Starbuck. Jeremy says, I heard something funny today. When tantalum caps get to 30 to 40 years old, they become tantrum caps because they could blow a fit at any second. I mean, I think age might be part of it, but I also think that it's also something about, at least for the IBM ones, that they underrated them. So they were, the caps were really running above their rating. because you really need to have a I think for a solid tantalum capacitor, you really need to have a 100% safety rating or safety margin on voltage. And IBM used a 16-volt cap on a 12-volt rail, and that does not provide 100% safety margin. However, age probably does have something to do with it too, because I'm fairly sure the capacitors do degrade with time. So it is probably time-related too, but I'm sure IBM using 16-volt tantalums where they should have probably used a 25 probably didn't help. Anyways, this final package here comes from an eBay seller in, I covered up their, oh, no, I didn't cover up their address label. It's on the side of the box. I can't see because I knew I would want to say hi to all my eBay sellers and viewers in California. California wins tonight, apparently. Like, all right. All right, well, we got a packing slip. All right, I will remove that. Lovely. A box of packing peanuts. All right, if you wonder why the Postal Service is going to be increasing rates soon, I'm pretty sure it's all the priority mail packaging that eBay sellers have used to send me my potential regrets. Yes, but don't blame me. It's not like I asked them to use priority mail packaging. All right. Oh, hi, Sylvestron. Welcome. We have Sylvestron's Bits and Bytes here. All right. Sylvestron says, little known fact, those straight kind of yellow packing peanuts are just starch and will dissolve in water. Yes! So half these packing peanuts will dissolve in water, and half of them will not, because they mixed biodegradable and non-biodegradable packing peanuts. But I can tell you one thing, these priority mail envelopes that they use as packing material will not biodegrade in water. Thomas Armstrong says, like the old oil-based peanuts. I do find that if anyone wants to guess what this is, feel free to guess in the comments. Unfortunately, I think the shape is kind of telling. Thomas Armstrong says Trident card. Nope. Not a Trident card. Like one of those things that I wasn't looking for on eBay, but kind of I was, but I wasn't looking for it. It's one of those, when it showed up, I knew I had to act. The restaurant says, I always try to use biodegradable or recyclable packing with my stuff. I think these priority mail mailers are probably recyclable. Oh. No, according to the recycle emblem on the end of the package that I'm squarely looking at, apparently they're not recyclable. Also, I think I'm giving away what this might be. Alright. Thomas says, I like the electrostatic film. Came on rolls. All right. There we go. Clearly, this item might have had a expansion card in there. The eBay seller, I did check when I bought this to see if the seller had a particular expansion card that might have been a popular choice for certain customers. And if they had it, it was already sold. Thomas Armstrong says an LC. All right, you want to... I think I would like a more specific guess. Although, whoever at Apple put the label on the bottom of this package, kind of like... Oh, wow. Thomas is good. Thomas is on the ball. Gutpalm's asking, do I want a blank for that hole? Yes, I would like a blank for that hole. Yes, we have a Macintosh LC 475 auto inject. Thomas Armstrong saying it could be a 476. Why was I crazy enough to buy this? Because it's the auto inject version of the 475, and I have a soft spot for auto inject drives. But here we go. It has no... Oh, well, I will have to find some VRAM for it because the VRAM is missing. I believe there should be 2 VRAM modules. So we won't be powering it up without the VRAM. Capcom says that is an odd case for a 475. I believe this is a very early 475. It is missing the VRAM. We do have onboard RAM, so that's not a problem, but missing VRAM is a problem. We have the 68 LC040, 25 megahertz. And interesting, we have a little bodge wire there, which I think might be a factory bodge. Joseph says, I love that, and after 35 years of personal computing, I have my first Mac, a M4 Pro Mini. Nice. So here we go. Just in time for Marcintosh. It's a 475, could be 476. Yes, the 68040 was a fast processor for its time. And literally, I have a soft spot for the auto-inject drive. So normally, LC475 comes with a manual inject drive. So when I saw this, and it had the auto-inject drive, and the sticker on it, I mean, seriously, I bet Apple rebranded an LC3 case. It actually kind of made me think that this might actually be an older case that's not that ABS FR plastic that breaks really easily, because it's the auto-inject case. But anyways, the difference is, for those of you that aren't 68K era Mac experts, the auto-inject drive, basically, when you push the disk in far enough, it will basically grab the disk and pull it in. Whereas the manual inject drives, you basically have to push the disk in all the way. You can, the way you can tell the difference is the auto inject drives have a small rectangular opening, because you don't have to push the disk in all the way. It'll grab it once you've pushed it in flush with this, or possibly a little before. The drive will basically grab the disk and pull it in. And it's spring-loaded. It's not like it's a mechanism that grabs it. Well, I guess it is a mechanism, but it's just a spring-loaded mechanism. But it'll basically pull the disk in the rest of the way. Whereas the manual inject drives are the ones that have a circular opening in the middle, because you have to push the disk in all the way. So it's got a bigger opening so you can push the disk in all the way. So Normally, the 475 came with manual inject drives, but the very early ones had auto inject drives. And in fact, I kind of wonder if this is one of the very early ones, because it looks like Apple rebranded another case. Because I think I've seen some of the 475s on eBay in the auto inject case, and seemingly I've seen them silk screened LC475 right on the case. But I'm kind of wondering if they repurposed another case in haste. But anyways, this will most certainly need to be recapped. I know that Aztec power supply is probably leaky cap city, so luckily, at least for the 475s, I think they have the fewest electrolytic capacitors of all the LC pizza boxes. Because there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Although a couple of them are really close to plastic. Capcom says, Apple used to do upgrade kits back in the day like trade-in boards. Could this be an old LC that got upgraded and new stickers applied? Actually, yes, it could. Yes, it could. But I'm not going to pull the 475 badge off of it to tell. Let me see if I can find a... Alright. Let's see if there's like a manufacturing date on the power supply. Not on the outside. I bet I'd have to open it up. Oh! There's a sticker under this sticker. There is totally a sticker under the sticker. That is why this one's just been slapped on by some indifferent person. The factory, this first sticker, there is totally a sticker under here. That's the factory sticker that is in the rectangle, and someone slapped this one on. Gutbaum. Yeah, Gutbaum's right. I think I think this is one that either Apple or Computerland, which I'm pretty sure was an Apple authorized provider, one of the two of them performed this upgrade. And in fact, it wouldn't surprise me if 52792. No, no. I don't think the 475 was out in 92. I bet that's from the original purchase. If we look that up, I bet that would tell us this was an LC2 or a 3 originally. Someone totally got a 475 upgrade in their LC2 or 3. Totally. And that's why that's why the case is in such good shape. Because, yeah, Capcom says that 475 wasn't available in 92. That is why this case is not broken. Because this is totally not. If this was a okay, it's not an LC1 because there's not a second floppy opening. Could be an LC2 or an LC3. LC2, I think pretty much shipped before they went to the fire-resistant plastic. LC3, hit or miss. But yeah, this is totally an older case. And that's probably why it's in such good shape. And there's no broken plastic. Because it's not that fire-resistant plastic that breaks so easily. Now, I mean, will this plastic get fragile? Yes. Could it break? Yes. But it's stronger than the fire-resistant plastic. But anyways, totally, Gutbaum called it. So not only did I get a 475 this auto-inject, it's actually a 475 that was from a upgrade. And at least they put the sticker on straight, even though they were a bit indifferent on that one. At least they got that one on right. So, yeah. Yeah, this one's more like the Jimmy Dresta. If it looks straight, it is. This one is. I don't think they could get away with a halfway job on that one because it would have been so visible to the customer. And there you go. Even got a couple spoilers for Marcintosh. And that concludes Wheel of Regrets. Oh, good. That didn't take quite as long as I feared it might. All right, now we are going to go to probably my... Honestly, I like Wheel of Regrets. But I think what I like even more is when you all send me things. So we are now going to go to the things you all have sent me. All right, but first I need to set this LC475. All right, so this first box comes from David Starbuck. So, thank you, David. I think David asked me if I could put some video cards to use, and I said, sure. So, these are... I remember what David said. These cards have been mined on, but I think David is the one that did the mining. And he told me that he did clean and repaste them before he sent them to me. So I think that is the state of these cards. So anyways, so I guess that probably sets the stage that no, these aren't Trident video cards. Oh, although there could be something else in the box. But sometimes I can make use of newer things. Kapam says, I can't believe David was mining on the Trident cards. Yeah, maybe that's why he gave up mining on them. Kind of something about the... why am I never finding any hits? All right, so... All right, we've got a... All right, so... I don't remember the exact models of cards he sent, so I don't know if these boxes are like the match for what's in them. So we'll open the boxes. But we have an EVGA GeForce GTX 1080 Ti box. I think I remember him saying that one of the cards was a 1080. And the other one is, okay, the other one he told me he was going to send me was a 1660. So let's take a look at what's in the box to see if those are the boxes for what he sent along. And basically, these will be for like, I don't know, well, I'll have some fun with them. So like if I do a cheap PC build in the unlimited category where I can use whatever parts I have, or if Amber does this year the rule that you can use one of the parts you own, but you have to value it on eBay prices. Or then I guess I could get away with using one of these if I can find an eBay ad that is similar. But anyways, plus these are PCI Express, so I can try computing on an older computer that has PCI Express and try running something that needs a newer graphics card. But anyways, so this will give me a couple of newer video cards for certain shenanigans. And, oh, very nice. All right, it does look like we have a ENY GeForce GTX 1660 Super OC. Okay, so I think this card is what was on the box. So there we go. The 1660 Super from PNY. Awesome. That will come in handy. In fact, it's a nice, just a dual slot card. Short length, just takes one PCI Express power cable. So, cool. In fact, actually, this could be handy for testing parts, too, because it'll fit in so much. So, nice. So, and it does look fairly clean, and David told me he'd already repasted it, so I won't have to repaste it. So, thank you, David, for that card. I will put it in my... I will put it over with my PCI Express video cards for whatever need arises. Who knows? Maybe it might even get put in a certain brightly colored PC case running some weird operating system named after a famous TV star. I don't know. All right, and now I kind of think that this might actually be a 1080 Ti. Because I couldn't quite remember what David told me the 1080 was. Oh wow! Look at this. Okay, not only did I get the... Oh, it's the poster. Oh yeah, oh that's right. EVGA always like deck they like put all the goodies in their boxes and that. Anyways, yeah, an EVGA poster. That might actually be worth something because they don't make video cards anymore. RIP EVGA. I always thought you made really solid video cards. Do not return to the store. Well, you don't have to worry about that. The user guide, the important notice. In order to provide improved heat dissipation, some areas on the base plate are silver in color. This is normal and provides the best thermal interface possible. Ah, that's good to know. Connecting the display. Some absolutely enormous EVGA stickers. I guess they wanted you to know that you had an EVGA card in the system from a mile away. I mean, I think you could see that from the space station. With a spy satellite, of course. I don't think I'm thinking you could just see that with a pair of binoculars from the space station. Whoop. Up, there's the driver CD. And... oh, wow. Okay, this was the day. So this is the Micro Center receipt. I think David bought this card in 2018. Back when you could actually buy an the 80 level GeForce card for under $800. Because it was like $755.96. I think it was on sale. Clearance markdown. Yeah, it was a $919.99 card marked down to $755.96 on clearance. Wow. Now I don't think you can get a 80 level card for like under $1,000. But we have, oh, there we go. It is a GeForce GTX 1080 Ti. Fairly clean. There is a little bit of cat hair in it. Not surprised, but anyways, there we go. All right. Oh, and this is also when the 80 series cards were a double wide card. All right. Yeah, we can definitely have some fun with this one. Yep, none of those obnoxious power connectors that melt. Very good. And actually, I'm struggling to see where the... you know, I thought it was saying the plate was silver colored, but maybe that's on the... maybe that's on the other side of it where you can't see it. Some areas on the base plate are silver in color. Oh! Oh, is there a plate under the... Oh. Okay, that must... Base plate, not back plate. Okay. That's alright. That's why I'm looking at this thinking, that's not silver. It's because that's the back plate. This is the base plate. And yes, I think I can see the very edge of the base plate. I don't think my camera is going to show it very well. But yes, I think I do see areas on the base plate that are silver in color. It's just, that is the back plate. So anyways, cool. Thank you, David. I will enjoy these video cards. I will use them wisely. I'm sure I will find a good use for them. In fact, actually the 1080 Ti I might stick in. I actually, at the moment, I have a 1060 and a 1080. So, quite honestly, the 1080 Ti will probably, I will probably put it in place of wherever the 1080 is. You're probably saying, well, Justin, why not the 1060? And the simple matter is because, well, one of the two video cards is in a computer that I'm swapping out with another one. So I only need to swap lower the two. The 1060 Super, or the 1660 Super, that one we might have some fun with in a smaller system. Ah! Mike says, ooh, I want an LC475. I'll trade you for a dead Performa 460. No. I'm not sure which one the Performa 460 is, but I think I basically already have that one. Alright, so, yes, thank you, David Starbuck, for some video cards. I will enjoy and use these wisely. Oh, the 460 is the same form factor, yeah. Oh. Alright. Let me go set these aside because I need to put one last box on the bench, and it's the thing you all came to see in the first place. Okay, so this final box, which I'm going to have to put some tape over. Actually, I'm going to cut the shipping label off. I think that is probably the easier thing to do than trying to tape it. I think Dave wanted to make sure there was no way that the UPS driver delivered it to the wrong house. Because the UPS label is taking the entire 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper. Actually, I've tried to print UPS labels in some, generated with some programs, and yeah, I had to like shrink them down to fit the labels I normally use. All right. Oh, actually, let me put tape over that, and then I'll put this face down. That I can actually practically label over. There we go. All right, don't adjust your YouTube set. That box doesn't really fit on my bench. All right. So this last item comes to me from Dave's Vintage PC Tech. Dave's Vintage Apple Tech. At least I didn't say Dave's Vintage Hillbilly Shack like I did last month. Yes, Dave's Vintage Apple Tech. If you've seen some of his Sunday streams, you might actually already know what this is. Spoiler alert, I think the live stream description pretty much gives away what this is. And so did my announcement. Ah, that's okay. I don't mind conversation in the chat to fill the time while I open this securely packed item. So anyways, Dave had bought this computer for I think if I know, Dave bought this computer for the CRT. Because he wanted to make a pumpkin tosh or something like that. So he was going to attempt to put the CRT in. I think he has a Mac Effects case. He was going to put the CRT in it and make a pumpkin tosh or something like that. And one of the good sources for CRTs that will actually fit one of the classic Macs, compact Macs, is, well, this computer, because it happens to use a 9-inch CRT. And if you watch Dave's streams, you might know that, well, his build didn't go exactly to plan. Alright, I gotta move this off the bench. Pull the computer out of it. Alright. Yes. Alright. It also looks like if I get the computer repaired, I will have to find the keyboard for it at some point. Which is fine. There's nothing like super duper special about its keyboard, except the fact that it is kind of well, I mean, it clips onto the case and protects the screen and floppy drives. Fortunately, the keyboard is standard XT keyboard otherwise, so it's not like I can't use the computer at all without the keyboard. But there's other problems that will have to first be solved before the keyboard is the lack of the proper keyboard is a problem. But anyways, we have an IBM portable personal computer. It is missing the screws to hold the front and back together, which is why Dave put packing tape on it, and he also warned me to not pull it out of the box by the handle because there are no screws in the front of it. It was apparently missing those screws. Probably someone opened it up to pull something out of it because it looks like there's a missing slot cover. But we have the two floppy drives. Here's where the keyboard would plug in. The rubber bumper on this one side is degraded. The other one looks fine. But here is one of the problems. So this CRT may look okay, but it is not. In fact, actually, Okay, it is very, I think it is very hard to see. And the thing is, it did not it wasn't a, like, sudden catastrophic break of the neck. So I think that's why there's not, like, a very pronounced dark spot. But I do kind of see what looks like a shadow on the phosphor. So yes, this CRT is broken. I will not be able to use it. Unfortunately, that is why Dave's build did not go to plan, because apparently it did not get hit, but I think as Dave said, it seemed like there was one of the pins that go to the neck board. Apparently I think it lost vacuum there. I guess the glass is broken at one of the pins on the neck board. So yeah, we will not be able to use that CRT at all. I do have two ideas for that, but I need to ask Tom Barber if he had actually so I would like to thank Tom Barber in advance. He's gonna hook me up with a green phosphor CRT. So not an amber phosphor, but certainly better than no CRT. So thank you in advance, Tom Barber. He's going to hook me up for the cost of shipping. So yeah, it's a 9-inch CRT, Jeremy. Yes. Ironically, I think that the display will actually be clearer with the 9-inch CRT that Tom Barber is going to send me, because IBM didn't use a really great CRT in these to begin with. It was really really soft. Oh, actually, I just realized the portable personal computer uses the same speaker as the XT. So I can, if the eBay seller doesn't get back to me about a screw, I can... Oh, there's a little lovely dust bunny in the computer. I can use it as a screw to figure out what kind of screw I need for the plastic. Anyways, here we go. So the other problem with this computer is that the power supply doesn't work, apparently. However, I'm kind of wondering if there's a shorted tantalum card in here somewhere. A tantalum card. A shorted tantalum capacitor. I mean, there could be a tantalum card in here. It would be kind of like the bad news Barta board from Texelec, but I don't see it, so I think we're safe. We don't have the tantalum board. Whew. All right, but I am going to turn this around because actually I do see something in here that I've seen pictures of, I believe, but not in person. So we have so I think this is the serial card. No, that's the parallel card. That's the serial card, I believe. Or as IBM calls it, the async card. We have the floppy controller card. We have the CGA card. And we have this fun little card here. Which, if you saw the notes written on the top of the power supply, that I was wondering why in the world someone wrote all those fun notes about banks of RAM that this computer didn't have. Well, it's because I completely overlooked a card that was in here. So, this portable personal computer appears to have an IBM memory upgrade board installed. So, yes, thank you, Dave, for sending this entire computer along. So I'm just trying to figure out what screw that is. I think, well, I don't have a 9-inch color CRT, I don't think. It would be so difficult to put a color CRT in this thing, I'm not even going to try. Oh, hi, Aaron. Aaron Massa. Welcome. Let me see here. So let's see here. Mike's saying a real green phosphorus CRT, very retro. Yes. It wouldn't be the amber that IBM used, but it certainly would be better than nothing. Mike says, I spent my 8 years hooked up to a black and white 13-inch TV. Oh, 8-bit years. When I went to 16-bit, I got the color RGB monitor. That by the time we moved on to SVGA green phosphorus CRT were no longer a thing and antiquated, yes. Like 30 years later, I got my first 9-inch green phosphorus CRT for my Apple IIc. Nice. Felt so cheated only having black and white TV as a monitor. I swore I would never go back to anything other than color. Yeah. All right, so let's pull this card out. I am somewhat curious as to exactly what it is. It is... Oh, wow. This is an IBM memory upgrade board. Cool. So it looks like this is the IBM 64 to 256 kilobyte memory card. And if I'm looking at this correctly, all right, these are 64K by 1-bit chips. So we have, that's going to be 64K, 128K, 192K, 256K. Very nice. So this portable personal computer should have a total of 512K installed in it. Very nice. Also, I think a couple of these RAM chips are unseated. All right. Oh, I'll put that in a moment. If I power this up, I think I will start with out the unnecessary expansion cards. But I also need to remove... I need to see if I can unplug the CRT. Because this computer will definitely not work properly if the CRT is connected, because it is broken. Hey Dave, welcome. It looks like the IBM arrived safely, and I'm kind of trying to get to the point where I might be able to actually try to power it up. But I first need to make sure that the CRT... Actually, I probably will plug in an external power supply. I just wanted to take a look at the... Oh, let me guess. I can't just remove that. All right. Anyways, let's see here. Yeah, I'll use an external power supply because I'm going to have to disassemble more to get the CRT disconnected. Jeremy says, I see why a color CRT would be difficult to install. Well, first of all, it would be difficult to install because color CRTs are generally longer than black and white ones. Second of all, there's no guarantee the mounting tabs would be in the correct direction. Third of all, ooh. Just realized the implosion band is broken on this CRT. Well, actually, there should be no vacuum in the CRT, but let's just say that I will still treat it with kid gloves because the anti-implosion band does appear to be loose. All right. Yeah, Dave says it's no fun to take apart. Yeah, that's for sure. All right. So let's see if I can't maybe get this to power up with an external power supply and an external video adapter, or external monitor. But first, I'm going to check for shorts on the motherboard because I'm actually thinking the reason why Dave couldn't get it to power up is because there's a shorted tantalum on the board. Possibly more than one. Because all of these IBM expansion cards also have those same tantalum caps on them. And all it would take is one. One is the number of tantalums that it would take to possibly make the power supply go into short circuit protection mode. I kind of also did think that it's possible that I don't know if the CRT was maybe broken enough that the IBM didn't like it, but Dave was able to get the Mac to power up once with it before it actually like fully broke. I don't know if that's a thing. I kind of pretty much thought that the... All right, I'm going to have trouble showing you the entire process, but all right. All right. Jeremy says, knowing me, I would make it work. I did think about doing an LCD panel conversion, but there's like, it seems like all the information on that on the internet is gone. Oh, interesting. Oh, it would probably help if I turned it on the... Oh, it would help if I turned it on continuity mode. Jeremy, the CRT is definitely bad. Power supply is possibly bad. Okay, that's 30 ohms. 30 ohms. 30 ohms. All right, I think those might have been the 5-volt rails. Okay, that was common, common, common. Okay. 138 ohms. Okay, well. Yeah, Dave says CRT lost all the vacuum. Yeah, that's how I know the CRT is definitely bad. All right, well, I am not seeing any shorts on the voltage rails. That is not to say that we won't make one. After all, this IBM, when I greet it to the give it the welcome to Virginia greeting by giving it some Virginia power, it might be like, yo dog, I'm out, peace. Poof. That's the fun with tantalum. We could have one go as soon as I apply power, even though it's not shorted now. We could have a slight delay so that I will get complacent in that it's. Oh, I realized I bumped my webcam. I could get complacent in thinking it's not going to go, and then poof. Yeah. Oh, these are TIAC drives in here. Interesting. I thought the portable PCs had Cume brand. Well, I guess it's not to say that IBM didn't maybe have more than one vendor. Hold on, I'm trying to find my ATX to AT power adapter. It has run away, as it so often does. All right. Well, let's see here. All right. Well, we can plug power in. Well, Jeremy, I can't find an LCD that will fit. That I can find instructions for installing it. Besides, I don't necessarily need it to be lighter. It's not like it's supposed to be a light computer. I mean, if it were a UFC fighter, it's not like it's going to be in the featherweight category. In fact, I think if this computer got into a fight with a UFC fighter, I think the computer could win if it struck certain blows. Just saying. I mean, it could go for their feet, and that actually right there could get them out in the most embarrassing way. They'll be like not able to walk. All right, so let me see here if I can find my RGB to HDMI input. HDMI 2. All right. Hey, Rudy, welcome. There we go. All right, we are on IBM CGA. All right, I have the power off to the smart outlet. I have the power on the switch here. I've got got my phone to turn on the smart outlet because I'm going to back away in case a tantalum does go, because I'm actually a big chicken when it comes to tantalum capacitors. All right. All right. And taking shelter behind my toolbox and powering up in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh. Well, that was anticlimactic. Hmm. Um. Well. Okay. Think the I think the power supply went into short circuit protection mode as soon as I turned it on. So, well, let's check for shorts. And actually, this time I'll pull all the expansion cards out because, oh, hi, Callan and Rudy, welcome. All right, so let's check for shorts. So that's common. That's common. All right, that's, oh, you can't really see that. All right, that's 5 volts. Oh, no, that's 5 volts. Oh, 27.5 ohms. That's now a lower resistance. Interesting. I think the resistance, let's see, that's common. Let's see, that is, I don't know what rail that is. Ha ha! Winner, winner, shorted dinner. Somebody go review the live stream, but that was not shorted when I first checked it. So we just had a tantalum capacitor go shorted, and all I had to do was power up the motherboard. And we had a tantalum go shorted. Now, I need to figure out what pin that is. Let's see here. That is it's one of the yellow wires, which I believe is going to be 12 volts. So I believe one of the 12 volt tantalum capacitors has gone shorted. Interestingly enough, there seem to be 2 yellow wires, and only one of them is shorted, so yeah, okay. Yeah, I think that's the 12 volt rail, so I guess. All right. Now it's time for everybody's favorite game show, Find the Short. Actually, I make no guarantees that that's everyone's favorite game show because it's actually probably no one's favorite game show. No one likes Finding the Short. Because until the tantalum capacitor goes pop, 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 there's really nothing to look for. All right. Dave says lol. Yeah. All right. All right. Well, I have apparently lost. Oh, no, I have not lost a screw. It's right there. All right. So I'm going to. All right. I'm going to pull all the expansion cards out. Including the CGA card. And hopefully that will allow me to find the shorted tantalum. I'm hoping there's one that might look off. But it's quite possible I'm going to have to pull the motherboard out. I am going to, though, I'm going to take the tact of see if I can find the short first so that I can then power this up to give it a test before I do anything else. So I'm not going to replace said capacitor. I'm just going to clip it off. Anyways, there we go. There's the IBM parallel card that was in slot um 5. It's got a little bit of rust on the bracket, but probably nothing I can't fix with some paint. We've got some of the paint, conductive paint to fix that with. All right, and then we got the async card. Again, a little bit of rust, probably nothing I can't fix. We've got the floppy controller. Bracket is a bit rusty, but still probably can fix it. All right. And for these 3 cards, I don't think they have the shorted tantalum. No. It would be very funny if the shorted tantalum was on the memory card that I said that I was going to leave out for testing and then promptly put back in. But I bet all those are 5-volt tantalums, so they're probably not it. So yeah, so parallel card was in slot 5, async card was in slot 4, floppy controller was in slot 3, the IBM RAM card was in slot 2, and then probably the most difficult card to remove because there's like practically no clearance. Basically, I kind of had to use the DB9 connector on it to kind of rock it out. So we have the color graphics card. It was in slot 1. All right. So now that I've got the expansion cards out, I'm going to do a continuity test. I am fully expecting that the short is still going to be present because I'm fairly certain that we're going to find that it is on the motherboard. All right. Confirmed. We still have a short present. All right, so I'm going to carefully look at the tantalum capacitors. I'm going to see if any of them appear to be discolored. And nothing that I see. I have a feeling it's probably most likely, well, you can't see them all, but there's one here by the power plugs. It's going to be either that one or one of the ones between these slots, or there's a couple up here. And I guess what I need to do is see. Well, let's do the trick Adrian Black does. So I will put the lead on the pin that we have the short on. All right. Then let's see if well, okay, so the one here is short. I can see a short through it. Well, that one's also on the 12 that rail. All right. Okay, so it could be this one here that's up by kind of between slots 4 and 5. All right, the one here by slot 3 is not connected. Oh, okay. I'm seeing its ground connection. Hmm. Okay, so that's actually 0.2 ohms. So 0.4 ohms. So I'm getting further away from the short. 0.1 ohms. I think that's 0.5. All right. Oh, that's 0.1 ohms. It's on one of the. It's on the yellow wire, which I thought yellow wire was plus 12 volts. Oh, I don't. Oh, I don't think that one's shorted. No, I don't think that one's it. Maybe it's that one. 0.1 ohms. Nope, that's not it. Seriously, not that one? Nope, that's 0.1 ohms. I I think it's this one right here between slots 7 and 8. Because it seems like I have the lowest resistance here. So I'm going to see if I can't just snip that capacitor out. And we'll see if the short's gone. Although that is certainly in an awkward spot to snip. I may have to remove the board and I think I may have to desolder that. I don't think I'm gonna be able to get to the pin to remove it. Or not without removing it from the case. All right. Let's see. How difficult is it to remove this from the case? Now that I've got all the expansion cards out, I think if I disconnect the speaker, and then I think unplug the floppy drives. Oh, actually, maybe this isn't too bad to remove. All right, maybe this isn't as bad to remove as I thought. All right, so I gotta remove the bracket, the floppy drive bracket on this side of the case facing me, and see if I can find the hex tool to. And then I think there's like one screw on the bottom side that I think you have to loosen. And then I think the board will slide out. Oh, there is one screw holding it in. Okay. So, all right. Move the two screws holding the bracket to the bottom of the case. All right. I'm trying to see if I can find my hex driver. That is so much easier to use on an IBM case than a flat-bladed screwdriver. There it is. Oh, by golly, that's not the right size. Oh, that's right. I don't have the driver for that size. All right. Oh, hi, RetroTecher Die. Yes, I thought that was a quite classy sticker to put on the toolset you sent me. Like every time I pull this toolset out, you get a little bit of free advertising. So, yes, yeah, go check out RetroTecher Die and Dave's Vintage Apple Tech and Sylvestron's Bits and Bytes, and we got Rudy's Retro Intel and Gut Bomb, and I'm sure there's other people with YouTube channels that I'm either have already forgotten that they were in the chat or may not realize they have YouTube channels. Go check those fine folks out. Uh, Not necessarily right now. You don't want to miss the potential smoke that could happen if I managed to remove the wrong tantalum capacitor. Hi, Tim. We have Vborg in the chat. Trying to get the motherboard out so we can try to get the shorted tantalum off the board. All right. IBM did not want the floppy drives to come out. Therefore, they used screws that are an inch long to hold the floppy drives in. Or in metric, it's about 25.4 millimeters. Because apparently, they really did not want you removing the floppy drives. All right. That, let me grab there's a screw on the corner of the motherboard here. Mike says I'm 20 minutes behind again. All right. Well, I'm trying to remove all of the things holding the motherboard in. Let's see here. Oh, that's right. Okay, so you got to remove the speaker from the case to get to there's like a screw holding the motherboard on. Apparently don't have the correct bit for that. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe I do. All right, I know you can't see what I'm doing, but there's not really a way I can show you what I'm doing. I'm unscrewing the speaker from the bottom of the case, and then I will show you that the yes, there we go. That's the screw that should have come with that eBay purchase of a speaker for my XT, and yeah, that's definitely not a standard screw. Yeah, the portable personal computer uses the same speaker as the XT. It's just mounted on the bottom of the computer with the speaker facing upwards. Go figure. All right. So now I think. All right. Let me see here. I just realized. I thought there's a clip on the bottom you have to remove to get the motherboard out, but actually, I'm thinking I might be mistaken. I think it might actually just slide out. Yeah, I bought the speaker for my XT. It supposedly came with the screw because I knew it was not a standard screw, and of course, yeah, as Mike put it, I got screwed on the eBay. Regret missing the screws. What I get for paying extra for an auction that says it had the screws included. Although, because I really just want the screw, I asked the eBay seller if they could send me the screw. I wanted to nip any. I wanted to nip any accusations that I'm fishing for a partial refund in the bud because all I want's the screw. Or if they copied and pasted some text and should have removed the from screw part, well, we'll deal with that if that's what they reply back that was wrong and it shouldn't have said the screw was included. Well, then we'll talk. Because I didn't want to have to go to the hardware store and try to find what I think is a uh, self-tapping plastic screw. I think what kind of screw it actually is. No, I don't have the Tupperware container with all the completely random computer screws like everyone else. I mean, I have a container with random screws, but I don't have any IBM XT portable PC era screws in it. Because unfortunately, that's kind of the era where I hope it comes with all the screws because I have none extra. Unfortunately, I got to figure out what kind of screws hold the cover on to this computer because I don't think even Dave had those screws. All right. I'm trying to pull the board out. I apparently got the screw. I got the screw caught. And I think that is actually keeping the board from pulling out. There we go. There's that screw I just removed. All right. Unfortunately, for this era of IBM computer, they hadn't quite standardized yet on screws. Yeah. Alan says the container that has hundreds of screws in it and never the one you need. Hours of fun. Yeah. All right. Have a good night at work, Vborg. We'll talk to you later. Jeremy says, AKA a sheet metal screw. But it's a plastic screw. I'm having so much trouble. Oh. Oh, do I have to... Oh, that's annoying. That's right. You have to remove the... Yeah, you've got to remove the floppy drives to get the motherboard out. I forgot. Because the clip... Okay, so I got to remove the floppy drives. All right, no problem. No problem until it's a problem when I don't have the... I'm going to have to find a wrench to get those two screws out. Also, I don't think IBM had a priority of make it easy for a technician to replace parts. It is kind of annoying. You got to remove the floppy drives to get to one screw that clips the motherboard in, unless there's like some way I am completely missing. No, really do have to remove the. All right, I'm gonna have to see if I can find my little set of small wrenches or something because I can't. Oh, there we go. All right, got one out. Mike says IBM equals Apple using non-standard screws just to mess with you. Yeah. Yeah, I think the screws that hold the cover on are long screws, Dave. I just don't remember what size they are. They might be a standard thread pitch, but they are long. And of course, the head on them is going to have to be the right size, or you'll never get them in. All right. You know, either no, I sure think the floppy cable was plugged in backwards because the way that twist is, it looks like the bottom drive was A. All right, I still have two screws to contend with. And oh, maybe I just realized the set has a flexible bit adapter on it. I wonder if that flexible bit adapter has enough flex in it. No. All right. Hold, please. I need to find a crescent wrench or something. All right. Try to see if I've got a wrench on my bench. Maybe a set pair of needle nose pliers that's got a better grip on it. No, somewhere I've got it. All right. Okay. All I got to do is if I can get the screw out slightly, then I can actually pull the floppy drives back. I don't have to actually get it out all the way. I just need to loosen it enough to slide the floppy drives back. And then I'm good. Problem is, I'm having trouble finding the tool that I thought I had over here to do it. All right. Let me. Oh, good night, Rudy. We'll talk to you later. All right. Let me go. I was thinking these screws are were the wrong size for my socket set, but actually maybe not. Oh, I think I need the. I think I need the 5 millimeter socket. Well, I found the socket that fits the screw head. It's a 7/32 inch. It's actually imperial, not metric. Problem is, I don't know where the socket driver is for it. Because for some reason, I have all the sockets down here in the basement. But none of the drivers. Maybe, maybe I can. No, that was wishful thinking that I would just be able to turn that. All right, I need a socket driver. I have misplaced my socket drivers. There's my 1/4 inch socket driver. There's no telling where in the house it is. That's the problem. It's not in the toolbox in the garage. Oh, well, I just found the wrench I was trying to find. It's kind of overkill. All I need to do is back the screw out a little bit. that is the right direction. All right. Might be getting somewhere. No. Nope. That's too big. Okay. I need the socket driver that I don't have. Okay. Let me see if I can figure out where the... Let me see if I can remember where I put the socket driver. Because, funny enough, I'm pretty sure it's not down here. Oh, hold on. Update. By denying the fact that my socket driver was down here, I managed to find it. There we go. This has been another lost and found tip from Justin. Just, completely forget the fact that you actually did have one of your socket drivers within 20 feet of the tool set that it goes in. Now, where the 3/8 1-inch 3/8 socket driver is, I have no idea. All right, we'll get this motherboard out here in a couple jiffies. Give or take a couple of Windows timer ticks and a couple leap seconds. All right. Well, I thought the floppy drives would... Oh, that's right. You got to back these screws out far enough so that the washer on them stops biting into the plastic. All right, there we go. I think now these will just slide out. There we go. There is TIAC drive number 1. An FD55B-01U. And, all right. And then the second one here is the same. I thought IBM used CUME drives on the portable personal computer, but I don't know. Maybe someone had to replace the drives for some reason. But the thing is, I'm pretty sure they are 360K drives, so there we go. And it's out. Now, those will need cleaned and lubricated. But they're probably in good shape. All right, now I think I can... Yes. Now I can actually get the... screw out that is holding the bracket in place that was preventing me from removing the motherboard. I may... Oh, there we go. Oh, you don't have to remove it. You just have to loosen it. All right. Because there's a slot that it goes in. All right. All right. The board should just come right out now. And there we go. One IBM 64 to 256K system board. And now should be able to remove the shorted tantalum. All right. I guess in this case, I might as well just get this out of the way because we'll have to get to the power supply later. Because probably before I even mess with the power supply, I at least need to recap. I hope the floppy drives work too, Dave. But I'm more confident that I can repair them than some things. Because a lot of times they just need cleaned and lubricated. Alright, so let's take a look at the memory situation on this board. Because geeks like to know things like that. Alright, so it does look like we have Bank 0 is Oki chips, which is okay by me. Looks like they are all 8 Oki chips. Looks like Bank 1 is a mix of Oki and Texas Instruments chips. Looks like Bank 2 is a mix of Oki and Texas Instruments chips. Bank 1 appears to be more Oki than Texas Instruments. Bank 2 appears to be more Texas Instruments than Oki. And Bank 3, again, is a mix of Oki and Texas Instruments. So the only bank that has the same brand of chips in it is Bank 0, which kind of leads me to believe that someone upgraded this board post-purchase, potentially. I'm trying to look at date codes, and I'm having trouble reading date codes. But I'm kind of thinking that maybe it got upgraded post-purchase because of the mix of chips. But then again, maybe IBM, maybe it is IBM memory, and maybe they started building, maybe they built boards up with 64K of RAM, and then they ended up having to upgrade this to 256K before it sold, and maybe they just were less careful in populating the other banks. I want to make sure they're seated right. And I haven't forgotten about our frenemy, the tantalum capacitor. Dun, dun, dun. All right, so I thought this was the tantalum capacitor that was shorted. I was having trouble getting to its legs in the case. And, well, there we go. I have removed the tantalum capacitor. You know, it looks like IBM might have used, I think IBM used a two-legged tantalum capacitor. Oh, this is interesting. These are all two-legged tantalum capacitors. Very interesting. Yeah, I think this board is a different revision than other ones I've seen, because with the three-legged tantalum capacitors, I thought the middle pin was positive and the outer pins was negative or something like that, but it looks like on this board, it looks like it's marked differently. So, yeah, no MT, that bodes well, says Sylvestron. Yep, I would agree. All right, well, let's see if I chose wisely. I'm fairly sure I could probably remove a couple tantalums and it would still work. All right, I have continuity on the meter. Let's check the pins, and dang nabbit. That was not the shorted tantalum capacitor. Or there's more than one. All right. Now, the legs are kind of short, but I'm going to try to measure this capacitor. Nope, it was not shorted. I guessed I chose poorly. All right. Well, I'm going to recap the board at some point anyway. So I think now that I know where the positive pins are, it looks like they are. All right. Oh, that's what I needed. I think I now see how I need to find it. I was checking the wrong pins for shorts. Okay, so that one is not shorted. I think I was so close. I think it's actually that one that was shorted. I got the pins mixed up. Oh, okay. No, it's not that one. Okay, I see what I need to do. Hold on. Okay. So first I need to find the capacitors that are on the same voltage rail. So I need to see if the positives match. And then I need to check the negative and see if there's a short through the capacitor. So this one is on the correct voltage rail, but it is not shorted. All right. This capacitor is not on the voltage rail, so it's not the one. This capacitor was actually not on the voltage rail, so it got falsely accused. Sorry about that little tantalum capacitor. I hope you don't throw a fit on my bench. Oh, wait, you can't. You'll have no power. Okay, that one is not on the power rail. That one is on the power rail. And actually might be the shorted one. All right. That one's on the power rail and not shorted. That one's not on the power rail. Actually, I think it is. I think it is this one right here. Yep. All right. So I'm going to take guess number 2. This capacitor here at C56. Oh, there we go. Let me just clip one lead. And now let's see if our short is gone. All right, our short is gone. Very good. So I guess, sorry, Cap, at C16, you were falsely accused. Apparently it was the Cap at C56. That was actually the shorted one. And actually, if I look at the Cap, well, it doesn't show any outward signs of being shorted, but, well, the proof is in the pudding. Or in this case, the proof is in the multimeter reading. All right. Is this the shorted Cap? If I can touch the pins, there's not much left of them. Yes, that is the shorted tantalum capacitor. All right. So I believe that there's probably a good chance I can power the board up now. And, well, I'm not going to guarantee that there won't still be some sort of a demonstration. I'm hoping it's not a shorted tantalum demonstration, but rather a demonstration of the post abilities of an IBM portable personal computer. All right. So I guess now that I think I got the shorted capacitor off the board, well, I'm still going to back away slightly. All right. 3, 2, 1. All right. And the power supply is not in short circuit protection mode. But oh, I didn't have the power supply on. Ah. Oh wait. It's go away menu. Go away. Hey, look at that. Oh, that's not good. So we have a 301, 128 kilobytes okay, 601 error. Ooh. It is alive, Dave. It is alive. Although I was expecting it to tell me that it had 256K of RAM. Well, guess I can pull my thermal camera out. All right, let's see if any of the RAM chips are getting warm. Okay, well, the CPU is running. Let's see here. Any of the RAM chips overly warm? Oh, actually. Oh, wow. There actually is a chip on the board that seems to be running quite warm. It is. Oh, the parity generator chip. Okay. That's probably normal. There also is a memory chip in the third bank that is running much warmer than the rest. Granted, it's only at like 26 degrees C, but it is much warmer than the rest of them around it. So it is possible that might be our bad chip, if there is one. However, we live in a day and time when the diagnostic ROM for this computer is out there. So I'm going to go to -0degrees.net. I'm going to go find the diagnostic ROM because I have to admit I'm not opposed to just burning a diagnostic ROM and giving it a try because the computer is telling me I have less RAM than is physically installed. Let's see, do I want Rude's diagnostic ROM? Let's see, what does Rude's diagnostic ROM do that the landmark one doesn't? Okay, I'm going to use the landmark one. All right. Root's diagnostic ROM detects most RAM addressing problems. Oh, well then maybe I will use Root's diagnostic ROM. Okay. So I need socket U18 and all right. I need to burn this to a 256. Ah, very good. Because someone's actually already done the work to, because it's actually an 8K ROM that someone's done the work and duplicated it 4 times. So all you have to do is put it on a 27C256 and you are good to go. Is my favorite kind of convenient. All right, let me go grab a 27C256 out of my stash of ROMs. Actually, I will just grab the tube that has all of them in it. The moment I grab one will be the moment I realize that I grabbed a non-blank one. Well, please let's find it. 512. Pockets that I'm dropping. Alright. Oh, please. Oh, there they are. They fell over. That's why I was having trouble finding them. Alright. Alright. It looks like the first chip in the tube is a Texas Instruments EMS 27C256. Alright. Alright. Well, let's get us a diagnostic ROM here. And let's see here. TI 27C256. Pretty sure that's it. All right, we'll put this in the programmer. I'm pretty sure they are blank. Yep, all right, is actually blank. I was pretty sure I blank checked them before I put them in the tubes. All right, load the binary program. So, as I like to do with some of these EPROMs, I will burn it 3 times. Uh, 27C256 Mega. And welcome, Mega. I might have not clearly enunciated the chip I was looking for. However, sometimes my brain does invent things that don't exist, and a 27C66 would be one such thing that my brain might devise that just um, doesn't actually exist. Usually, though, the things my brain invents that don't exist are when I'm looking for things that would be convenient to find in a hardware store that would make repairing things easy. I will describe what I'm looking for to the clerk, and we'll get blank stares because I apparently have just invented a brand new tool. Oh, that is actually U19, I believe. It's seemingly like I just invented a brand new tool standing there in the aisle of Lowe's, and well, if you were a full manufacturing company and you just want free ideas, uh, dress up as a blue vest, go to my local Lowe's, and then find me wandering in the tool aisles, wondering where something is, and then I will describe what I'm looking for, and you can just simply look baffled, tell me, "Sir, we don't have that," and then I'll only know something's up when you're um, cackling maniacally as you run out of the store, throwing the vest off, and I'll realize only at that point that you actually weren't a Lowe's employee. There we go. We have a diagnostic ROM. Cool. All right. I think that is Ruud's Diagnostic, RUUD apostrophe S. So I got it on got it off of -0degrees.net. That lovely, lovely IBM CGA snow is absolutely real. Also, the snow that we'll probably get tomorrow, being on the East Coast, is also probably going to be real. And there we go. We have bit number 5 is bad. Failure at address 128K, exactly 20,000 hex, bit 5. May or may not be the RAM chips, but wait a minute. There was that one RAM chip that was running kind of warm. Was that bit 5? Pulling out my thermal camera here. Interestingly enough, so there it is. You can kind of see it there. The thing is, it's not running that much warmer than all the other RAM chips, but yeah, that's bit 5. All right, well, all right. So if I remove this chip, these are 4164s. Let me see here. Do I have any 4164s? Oh, actually, I got an idea. All right. So how about I'm going to take this RAM chip and I'm going to swap the two. So there's bit 5 in the bank that I think it was seeing the RAM error in. And so I just swapped these two chips. And now let's see if the bad bit moved up to 192K in the same bit position. Because if it did, then I think that actually might be our bad RAM chip. Although I am looking on the thermal camera, and sure enough, the warm chip, although it's not really that warm, it did move. So I kind of think something might be internally shorted in that one RAM chip. All right, well, let's see what it says. I think we have. I think we have our bad chip. I think we have a bad RAM chip. Now, do I think that was causing it to not power up? No, I think that was the shorted tantalum, potentially. but I think that's why we were failing the IBM diagnostics. All right, let me see if I have any 4164s. Actually, I'm pretty sure I do have some 4164s. I think I have a whole bunch of them. Now we get to play. What did Justin do with the 4164s game? Oh, wait a minute. Could it be that I did something like really nice and put my 4164s? Oh, there they are. Look at that. I put my 4164s in nice RAM tubes and put them on the shelf. Now, don't get me wrong. I totally appreciate Adrian's method of methodically searching for the fault. I do that sometimes too. However, in this case, since we were getting a RAM postcode from the IBM diagnostics, that's why I decided to jump straight to a diagnostic ROM just to see what it said, because it's possible that I was pretty much expecting we were going to see a RAM failure with the diagnostic, because I know that the onboard RAM diagnostic of the 51, well, it's basically the 5160, because the XT and the personal, the XT and the portable personal computer, the same RAM and the same motherboard. So I was pretty much expecting that if it found a RAM error, it probably really was a RAM error. Actually, I'm going to do something really weird. And I'm going to put the original RAM chip back where it was. Also, I am going to have to make a side note that I really appreciate IBM's use of dual wipe sockets versus Apple's use of whatever they got cheap. There we go. So now we know we've got a, that is a national brand memory chip, as in National of Japan, aka Panasonic. Yeah. Anyways, I appreciate methodical searching of faults. Sometimes you have to do it when it's a fault that's not as easily discoverable. But considering the post was giving us a RAM error, I pretty much knew that we have a RAM error. Yes, it could have been a parity error. It could have been the parity RAM. It could be the parity generator. I was pretty sure we had a RAM error, especially given the fact that my thermal camera showed a chip that was running warmer than the rest. Although, interestingly enough, actually the replacement chip is running warmer than the rest, interestingly enough, but that might be, well, I mean, it is a completely different memory chip. And actually, it's not running as warm as the one I pulled out. Granted, the one I pulled out was only running at like 26 degrees Celsius, and this one's running at like 19 degrees Celsius. But still, the fact that we had a post error for RAM told me that while the RAM tests in post BIOSes of this era probably weren't that thorough, I was fairly sure that if it is finding a RAM error, then you really do have an error somewhere in the RAM circuit. Maybe it's not the RAM chip, but if it's finding a RAM error, there probably is an error. because there's plenty of errors it can't find because it's a basic test. But when it does find something, there usually is something behind it. And the fact that I could see on the thermal camera that one of the RAM chips was running oddly warmer than the rest. Even though it wasn't like burning hot, it was running noticeably warmer than the rest and kind of more than I would expect based on variation. That's why I pulled out the diagnostic ROM. And then when the fault coincided with the chip that was running noticeably warmer, that's why I decided to swap it with its neighbor in the next bank to see if the fault followed it. And oh, look, it's really snowing now. But anyways, yeah. So, yeah, I appreciate a methodical fault searching, but sometimes a RAM test failure is a RAM test failure. So, yeah, as Callan says, if you can fix it easy, that's the way to go. Yeah, Dave says that motherboard looks very good. Yeah, so I think it looks like after a recap, just to get these naughty tantalum caps off of it, that it will, I mean, it looks pretty good. In fact, I'm actually going to, I'll let it run through this test. And there we go. Okay. Oh, I think the ROM test fails because I've got the diagnostic ROM in. I think I saw this on Adrian's channel. I think he might have used this ROM at one point. Or I've seen it with other diagnostic ROMs where it fails the ROM check because it's looking for the checksum of the system ROM, but you're using the diagnostic ROM, so of course the checksum is going to fail. Go figure. Oh, okay. They didn't have me QA test the software. I probably would have pointed that out to to development. It was like, if you're got a diagnostic ROM, it's kind of silly to be checking for the checksum of the system ROM because you just pulled the system ROM out to put the diagnostic ROM in. All right, so I am going to put this RAM board in. Because I think the diagnostic ROM should be able to check the RAM that's on it. And there we go. So might as well run the full RAM test. Because if we got more bad RAM chips, then I've got the tube of chips out. Might as well swap them. All right, so the diagnostic ROM does see that the top of RAM is 512K. That, I believe, is correct for this RAM card. So I am actually excited at the prospect of having an IBM portable personal computer because it would have been our family's second computer. Our first computer would have been an Apple II Plus that one of my teachers handed down to us when she found out we didn't have a home computer. She had one that was collecting dust in her basement, probably one she'd bought because she was a teacher. I mean, yeah, by the time she gave it to us, it was an Apple II Plus. This would have been the early 90s, so really, the school system had switched to Macs, so... But it was a nice hand-me-down. We were able to have some fun with it. But then the place where Mom worked, I guess they upgraded computers at some point and her boss gave her one of the old IBM portable personal computers. So that was our family's second computer, was a hand-me-down IBM portable personal computer. I'm pretty sure it had 256K of RAM in it. I don't know that it had much more than that. It had the 2 floppy drives. There's no hard drive in it. Had the amber screen, had the keyboard. I think I remember us trying to get some software for it. But anyways, it was that's kind of why I've been wanting a portable personal computer. Was it was our family's second computer, even if it was a hand-me-down. So then our family's third computer would have been our first brand new one. When I started high school, we actually went to buy a oh so fancy Packard Bell, to which we owned like 2 months and then returned to Sears under their satisfaction guarantee warranty, because of their extended warranty company didn't want to fix something it should have. Anyways, Mega's asking, can this ROM run on a 486 machine? I do not believe it can. I think this ROM is for. I think this ROM is specifically for the 64 to 256K version of the 5160 motherboard. So yes, Dave says, glad it went to a good home. Yes, so I will enjoy this computer. I am looking forward to getting a new CRT tube for it. I think. What diagnostic ROMs are there for a 486? Mega's asking. I'm not sure what there is in terms of diagnostic ROMs. I have seen there is an Ultra X diagnostic card that I think would run on a 486, but I think it's more than just a diagnostic ROM. So I don't think it's something you can just burn to a ROM and run. I'm not aware of just a diagnostic ROM for a 486. If I find differently, I will definitely share it with you all if I find it. Also, if I can get my Ultra X card to work that I think would work with a 486, then we can see if it's really a diagnostic ROM or if it's more than that. Unfortunately, the first and last time I tried to use that card, it incessantly beeped. So there may be something wrong with the card. Once again, there we go. The ROM failed because it's the diagnostic ROM, not the system ROM. Go figure. All right, well, I'll let this go through the RAM test one more. I'll let it go through the slow refresh test one more time, and then actually, in the meantime, I'll go grab my keyboard that'll work on an XT, because I think once this runs through the RAM test again and I see that it's passing, we'll put the system ROM back in so that and I'll plug a keyboard in so that I can press F1, and we'll see if we boot to basic. All right. All right, not to jinx my heat pump, but it has kicked on several times while I'm streaming, and it's not making the vibrating noise that it was. Although that's not the primary reason they were over, but I did. I complained about it. Asked if while they were in it doing the work that they were scheduled to do, if he would please keep an eye out for what might be causing the rattle. Because it was running when he got there, and he was readily able to hear what it was doing, and was like, yeah, I think I can take a look for that. And yeah, I think it's the way the blower motor mounts in the frame of the heat pump. Apparently, there was some excess play, and he put a shim in under it. So it hasn't completely eliminated the rattle, but it's at least now to the point where not only is my microphone probably not going to pick it up, but I won't be able to hear it all the way upstairs either with doors closed. Because that's kind of how bad it had gotten. And I could hear it all the way upstairs, even with all the doors closed. It just kind of went right up the open foyer, and you could pretty much tell the furnace was running downstairs. I was like, yeah, I'm complaining about it. So, yes, glad I got that fixed. I guess that's also a good thing that if the blower motor ever needs to be replaced, that it just slides right. You pull both doors off, and it, I think, basically slides right out. I think maybe for something like that that is prone to rattle, I would have probably rather bolted it in, but whatever. Anyways, uh-oh. Oh, there we go. All right, counting up RAM. Okay, there we go. All right. So it would appear as if I got the RAM problem fixed. All right, so let me pull that out. Let me put the system ROM back in. Yes, it's going to be this ROM that says copyright IBM. That's the only one it could be. For the moment, not sure where I set it down. Okay, so there's that. All right, let me plug in the keyboard so that we can F1 past the floppy error. And there we go. All right, so we should count up to 512K of RAM. And then I think we'll get the 601 error. Is that the floppy drive? All right, we didn't get the because the keyboard error would have shown up before the RAM test. So that's good. Here we go, 601, that's floppy drive. All right, F1 to continue. And there we go. All right, 10. Print. It. To rip off a famous YouTuber. 20. Go to 10. I can type, which I cannot, run. There we go. It works. Yay. All right. Oop, wrong one. There we go. Oop. Except I'm having trouble finding the Control C because this is that German keyboard. Interesting. Why can I not stop it? Well, I can't seem to find the C key. Huh. I feel silly that I can't find the C key. C. Uh, oh, it must be. Hmm. Yeah, interesting. Save, load, run, list. Did IBM really not give you a way to break out of an infinite loop? Alt C? Trying every key to find the one that breaks? No, I guess IBM never thought you would be silly enough to type in an infinite loop program because I sure can't figure out how you terminate it. Although Control Alt Delete worked. There we go. All right. So we've got the motherboard works. It needs a recap. The CGA card works. It's going to get a recap. The RAM card works. It's going to get a recap. At least the tantalum caps. I'm fairly sure the floppy drive controller probably works. It does have a tantalum cap that'll get replaced. Try pause or break. Yeah. Oh, hi, Jean-Francois Parr. Yeah, too late. I did the ultimate loop stopper called power off. IBM Basic, try to prevent me from stopping the infinite loop with a power down. IBM says, hold our logic chips. All right, so I guess we'll put the floppy controller in. And let's see here. It's the bad RAM chip. That's the diagnostic ROM. All right, so let's see here. All right, I'm going to set the floppy drives off to the side here. I think I have them. I just want to see if they seek and what they sound like. And we'll go from there. All right, power, power. All right. Okay, let's see here. 3, 2, 1. All right. So we should not get a 601 error, but I don't have a DOS disk installed, so it's not going to be able to boot. So it should fall into basic. And then, yes, I'll type my silly little program in, and we'll try the pause key. Or break. Oh, interesting. 601 error. So that. Did I not plug the floppy controller card in? Huh. Alright. Well, there may actually be a. There may be a problem with the floppy controller card. Alright. Because it didn't even try to seek. Although I should probably check the dip switch settings on the motherboard. Because it is. Well, actually, if they were wrong, then. Well, it could be telling it I've got more floppy drives than I actually do. Sure enough. All right. Yep, sure enough. Floppy drive did not seek. Look to see if I see anything. Huh. All right. Well, I guess we'll try insert and remove. Trying to find the switch settings just so I can double check them. There we go. I think I just found them. All right. So switch block 1. Switch 1 off. Oh, there we go. It actually seeked that time. I bet the card edge needs cleaned. All right, I don't have a DOS disk in it, so I'm not surprised. All right, let's check. So switch 1 off. That's weird. Oh, it is off. Okay, I see how these switches work. I was about to say, it's not continuously running the post test. Which one is normal or continuously post? Okay, so switch 1 is off. That is correct. Switch 2 is on for no 8087. That is correct. Switch 3 and 4 are should be off and off for all 4 banks. That is correct. Switches 5 and 6, I think, off or on and off. CGA at 80 column. Okay, that is correct. 7 and 8 should be. Let me see. That should be off and on. And it does appear as if it's off and on, but I only heard one of the floppy drives seek. So. All right. Other floppy drive might need cleaned. didn't get the cable plugged in. All right. Give that a try again. See if I hear two drives. Because actually, I sure thought the one drive seeked twice, which I thought was really weird. Could mean someone flipped the floppy drives around at some point. Maybe the jumpers on the floppy drives are wrong. But I think that might have to be a problem for another night because I'll have to find the documentation for the floppy drive. Okay, I'm checking -0 degrees. Just to double check I read the jumpers right. Oh, okay, I did. They've got a picture of the jumper block that's on this board. And yes, okay. Well, there we go. We got another floppy controller error. All right, well. Oh, maybe the problem isn't the floppy controller card. Maybe it's the floppy drive. Try one more time. Otherwise, I'll clean some edges. All right, good night, Jean Francois. All right, I don't have another IBM floppy controller card. However, no, it's screwed in. I'm not going to unscrew it from the XT. Let me double check the switches. I sure it only did a seek on the first floppy drive. The two floppy drives is off and on for switches 7 and 8. Off and on. I wonder if there's a. I'm going to do something wild and crazy here. I'm going to spray some contact cleaner into the ribbon cable. All right, and I'm going to push and remove a couple times. All right, and then let me get this end of the floppy cable. All right. Now, let's see if maybe we get a seek of both drives. wondering if there's an issue with one of the contacts. Because I could see there's a couple contacts in the card edge that could prevent drive B from seeking if the contacts were dirty. It's also possible the one drive's misconfigured, but and maybe the IBM XT platform only maybe it only seeks the one drive. Maybe it doesn't actually seek drive B. Okay, I don't have a 360K DOS disk created. I'd have to find the flash drive for my GoTech and do it that way. Oh, you know what I could do? Yes, that is. Oh, you know what I could do? I did say I wanted to do it. I'm going to plug in the speaker I bought on eBay. The one that should have come with a screw but did not. And let's see if we hear beeps from the speaker. All right. And I'm thinking that maybe I'll just go grab an XTIDE and maybe we'll just give this one nice little boot into DOS just to kind of draw the stream to a close. Let me go grab the XTIDE card that's in my XT. Even have it screwed in. Almost like I knew I might do something wild and crazy like this. All right. Oh. Oh, did it beep? I wasn't paying close enough attention to if it beeped or not. All right. So we'll plug the XTIDE in. So now we should be able to boot into DOS. I think it's DOS 622 on this card. Actually, if I was thinking, I would have plugged the serial and parallel cards in. But I don't know where I set the loopback plugs this immediate moment, so we can test those another night. Actually, I think. Oh, yeah, my eBay PC speaker does work. Yay! Even if it is missing the screw. Boo. Yeah, of course that driver's not going to be able to load. I don't have upper memory card installed. All right. Oh, that's right. I need to skip the boot files. Oh, wait a minute. Nope. Hold on. I pressed F8 too soon. Oh, nope. Good night, Callan. Hi, one bit fever dreams. How about let me just hold the shift key down instead? I think that works on DOS 622. There we go. Oh, that looks so compressed for some reason. Probably the setting on my scaler. Or the uh, RGB to HDMI. Alright, so biostate 11.882. I'll have to see what that is in terms of the BIOS updates. Dave says, I'm so happy you're getting it to work. Yes, I am happy too. I think we will run a couple diagnostics here. And we'll call it a stream. And I need to get a couple 8087s. Of course, we got to do all the math coprocessors. I've got the tantalum caps on hand to recap the boards. Oh, let's see here. There's no real-time clock. Oh, I guess we can do the video. There we go. 16K passed. All right. All right. There we go. Character set. Yep, that looks good. Shouldn't take that long to run because CGA doesn't have that many features to test. I can work on it on Sunday. Yes. That will be a good time for me to recap it. Hopefully, it will not be so windy that I'm afraid the power's going to go out. Because that's where I was on Sunday. It was that windy. In fact, the power did blink a time or two. I basically ended up realizing the power was probably not stable enough to join a stream. All right, we are going to run a totally unnecessary benchmark just to see that the math speed is 1x and IBM XT. Because, spoiler alert, it should be. Because the IBM portable personal computer is an XT. Yep. 1.0 times the IBM PC XT and 1.01 times the IBM PC XT. Yeah. Or, yeah. We are, as Sylvester says, 1.01 times. You lied. Yeah, I know. Sorry about that. Probably a rounding error. Yeah, we are zooming at XT speeds. Any faster, and we will be breaking the laws of physics. Or I've put an accelerator in it. Yeah, I think that's probably one of the floppy drives. Drive A. All right, all right. Let's see what the floppy drive A does. I think I've got some air to the cause. Pull it out of the box. All right. So, all right. Here we go. Oh, all right. I'm not sure if it's formatted for DOS or Mac, but there we go. There is now a floppy drive in what I believe is drive A. There's an error reading the disk. Insert a new disk in drive A. Oh. Okay, now run do benchmark, says Sylvestron. All right. Ooh. Oh, yeah. Okay. I maybe shouldn't have went full send on the floppy drive. Because, or the disk already had a scratch on it. But it looks like that disk has a scratch on the disk. So we are not going to try to test this floppy drive anymore. Because it might be scratching disks. Or the drive before I tried this on was scratching disks. One or the other. Because I did try to test another drive previously, and well, it might have been the one that scratched the disk. Needless to say, I'm pretty happy with the condition of this system. So, anyways, we had some plenty of potential regrets that you will see in the coming months. Some of them are for Marchintosh, some of them for other things. We got the video cards from David Starbuck, and then this IBM portable personal computer from Dave's Vintage Apple Tech. So the IBM portable personal computer, I do know I need to replace the CRT because it lost its vacuum. The system board had one bad memory chip, already replaced it. It's going to need a recap because the IBM tantalums are prone to throwing temper tantalums, I like to call them. The CGA card, actually, all the cards that were in it, I'll recap the tantalums because IBM used the same cruddy tantalums for all of them, especially the main board. It actually looks like at least the floppy controller works, the memory card that was in it works, the CGA card works, and I suspect the serial and parallel card works. Yeah, Jeremy says those are no longer tantalums, they are tantrums now. Yep, exactly. And I guess we'll probably have to clean and lubricate the floppy drives, and hopefully they will work. Anyways, yep. So I will probably pull this computer back out on Dave's stream on Sunday. That's probably when I'll at least recap it. At least get the main board recapped and the essential expansion cards. So I'll probably do that on Dave's stream on Sunday, weather permitting, of course. Yeah, it's great. Dave says great progress. Yeah, I think we got further than I was afraid we would, but then again, I was kind of suspecting there was a shorted tantalum on the board that was possibly causing the power supply issue. Now, granted, we'll get it recapped, and then I'll have to test the power supply. But I think before I test that power supply, I will wait for Tom Barber to have a chance to send me the CRT, because I'm not exactly sure how you unplug the analog circuit from that power supply and it work. Because if I read there's not much, there's no official documentation from IBM, but someone's reverse engineered it. And if I read the description correctly, there is a switching power supply inside of the switching power supply that handles the 12 volts to the analog board because there's a comment how the secondary switching power supply runs at twice the switching frequency of the primary, so that it's not running at a common frequency of the analog board or something, yada yada yada. I'm more of a software guy than a hardware guy. I'm sure it's saying something important, but all that to say that I think not only does the primary 12-volt rail probably require a load, I am fairly sure the secondary 12-volt rail, which would be for the analog board, probably also requires a load for proper regulation. So I probably will wait till Tom Barber has a chance to send me that CRT. So thanks in advance, Tom. And Tom, if you happen to be listening, just let me know what actual shipping is, and I will send that along to you as soon as I can. If I'm asleep, it'll be when I wake up in the morning. But anyways, Tom is going to send me a CRT for the cost of shipping. It'll be green, not amber, but CRT is better than no CRT. Especially because that's the whole point of the portable personal computer. But yeah, I think great progress. If I can get the tantalum, the troublesome tantrums out of the way, then I think we'll be well on our way to actually getting it all working. So anyways, don't forget to smash that like button if you like it when I get these old dinosaurs up and running. Yes, I will try to remember to hang the dinosaur back up for Thursday's live stream. I had to take it down for the HVAC tech to work on the unit, and I realized at the last possible second that, oh yeah, I forgot to hang that back up. So anyways, the dinosaur is over there where you can't see it. I'll hang it back up for Thursday. Yeah, smash that like button if you like me getting these old dinosaurs back up and running. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss the next exciting installment. All right, I will keep my eye out for your links. Yeah. And I'm hoping you meant LCD solution, because I have no idea what an LDC display is, Jeremy. But anyways, Jeremy thinks he has a solution for me, and we'll see what he has. But anyways, yeah, Sylvestron says, yes, great stream, mate. Thanks for hanging out. Yep. Yep. Jeremy says, yep, LCD. All right. Anyways, yeah, a lot of good progress here. So Thursday, I might be creating a mess on my desk. But Thursday, we are going to take another look at those style writers, because I have new ink cartridges for them. And I want to see if I can get them to print. So the Style Writer 2, I'm pretty sure it's either going to work or it's not going to work, because the print head is in the cartridge. The Style Writer 2400, we might be making a mess, because I'm pretty sure I'm going to have to flush the ink cartridges out. So, yeah, I might be wearing coveralls just so I don't get ink on my good clothes. But anyways, so Thursday we will be style writering, or maybe not. Those printers might actually turn out to both be useless. But anyways, won't know until we give it a try. And if we have fun with those and still have time, we'll pull the image writer back out, because I do have some fully assembled Neithernets from jcm-1.com somewhere. I just have to remember where I put them. They might still be upstairs. Anyways, so yes, we will take a look at the style writers Thursday, and then no, I still have not brought that Dell monitor down from the garage, Tim. I need to do that, especially now that I've put shelves up down here, so I've gotten stuff off the floor. Oh, yes, Sylvestron. I do actually now have WD-40. I broke down and bought it. I could not find... I wanted the dropper can, but they don't sell the dropper can here, so I ended up getting the spray bottle. But, so I have WD-40 now. Yes. course, the thing is, I'd actually misspoke when I said I didn't have WD-40. I actually had WD-40 the entire time. It's just, it was contact cleaner, which is the wrong thing. Jeremy says, waste of money. To Pico Gus in a 5155. Wait. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm not gonna put a Pico Gus in the 5155. Sylvesteron says their contact cleaner is great stuff, though. Yeah, I switched to it because it's not as bad for you as the red can stuff. So, still, I mean, obviously, you don't want to drink it, but Vborg says, let's put a real Gus in a 5155 if we want to waste money. I'm just going to settle for an ad-lib clone in my 5155. Jeremy says, modern WD-40 has water in it. Hey, I thought it was supposed to be a water displacer, not a water downer. That's a word now, because I said so. All right, and before I babble on and the water disperser, yeah. I thought that's what the WD stood for, was water disperser. So if it has water in it, is it dispersing water? It seems like it's adding water. I digress. Anyways, all right, I think it's time for me to draw the stream to an end before I babble on for 30 more minutes and then wonder why in the world I'm so tired at work tomorrow. So yeah, subscribe, like, comment, all the YouTube stuff. Displacer. Yes, water displacer. Water disperser works too. There we go. Tim's got water displacement 40th formula. Yes. I think that's where they got the name WD-40. So anyways, I'm glad y'all could hang out, be cool in the chat. We could have some fun getting these old dinosaurs up and running. We'll get some more dinosaurs up and running in future live streams. I'll get the dinosaur hung up because it does feel a bit empty there without the dinosaur hanging out behind me, reminding me. And, yeah. Sylvesteron says yes, but if it now has water, it becomes a water disperser. Yes, thank you. It's midnight here, so I'm like, completely past my mind. Anyways, all right. So I guess I'm going to, let's see here. There we go. Got my finger on the link. You might notice if you watch it long enough that I did slightly revamp it a little bit. But anyways, I'm glad you all could hang out with me tonight. It is now late. I have to work tomorrow, even though it is supposed to snow tomorrow, or I guess snow later today. I still have to work later today. It is past midnight by a couple minutes. So anyways, take care and God bless. Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. Don't forget to smash that like button. And if you've liked what you've seen, subscribe and turn on notifications so that you don't miss the next video or live stream. And as always, thank you for all your support. I hope to see you next time. And until then, take care